Welcome to Lamakū Live. I'm Lauren, a faculty member and instructional designer with the EMC here at Leeward Community College on the Pu'uloa campus. I'm really excited to have you here today as we build a Lamakū course together. Whether you're getting started on your own course or just need some extra motivation to make progress, this session is all about working together virtually. Maybe you're just here to see what Lamakū looks like, and that's okay too. This is really low stakes. So if you're here with me live or catching the rewatch, welcome. We're using a strategy called body doubling or parallel working. Just having someone else working alongside you, even if it's online, can help boost your focus and productivity. It's a strategy that helps people feel more accountable and energized by sharing the space with others who are also working towards similar goals. So even if we're not physically in the same room, we're in this virtual space together working side by side. I'll be modeling a course build from the ground up. I'll talk more in the beginning to explain what I'm doing and how I'm getting there, but over time, I'll probably talk less and be more focused on building up the course. For more step-by-step details, we've got other screencast videos and lots of resources that go deeper into specific tasks. This is meant to be chill but productive, and it's kind of a day in the life too. You're seeing my desk, my beloved sensory items like the jellyfish, and you'll probably hear some chatter throughout the day. It's all like part of the process. You can drop in and out as your schedule allows. You can follow along at your own pace. You can get into the chat or just vibe with the music during the breaks. And if you're on campus and brave, you can even show up in person and say hi. Before we dive in, shout out to the awesome team that helped make this happen. Shelby and Brent are moderating the chat. They are here and here. And Shelby is also our official lo-fi DJ. So if you're enjoying the music, that's all her. And Camden and Jordan were the brains behind the live stream. This involved a lot of testing and tinkering. They trained me up on the setup and then trusted me to pull it off today. Again, this was a true team EMC effort. So shout outs to the team. I'll be working on Sociology 250 honors. None of this content is my own, so thank you to the anonymous Professor Jane Doe for letting me work on her course. I will likely deviate slightly from the Lalima course structure since Brightspace/Lamakū is a different LMS with different affordances. This will be a bit stream of consciousness. This isn't scripted except for right now, so I'll be jumping around in a way that makes sense for my own workflow. All right, so let's see how far we can get in the next 6 hours. Ready? Let's dive in. All right, so I'm in my sandbox, my 4th sandbox. And the first thing I want to do is I'm going to bring in some modules from the course starter template. So there are a number of course starter templates, but I'm going to bring in the 5-week. You probably need to enroll in one of the course starter templates to bring it in. If you haven't already, you can do that from the Discover tab. So I'm using a tool called Import Export Copy Components, and this is one that you're going to become really familiar with. It's what you're going to use to bring in content from Sandbox to reference site to live site. It's what you can use to move content from course to course. So I'm going to I'll bring in the full 5-week template, and I'm going to click on Copy All Components. I can also click on Select Components to just bring in aspects. I've used my sandbox repeatedly for different things, so I've brought in a bunch of course starter templates, so you likely will not see this alert to copy again. Yeah, I've brought it in a bunch of times, including 16-week. It should be done already. It's pretty quick. I'm gonna revisit here and see where we're at. So this is my welcome widget. I'm gonna just dismiss it for now. And it has brought in 5 modules, all with system branding. I'm going to remove some of these items that I'm not going to use, like the companion guide for the course starter template. But obviously all of these items are really important, so if you haven't engaged with them already, don't follow this workflow to just delete things. All right, so I'm gonna just start with the course overview. So I have my Lalima site here on the left and my Lamakū on the right, and I'm just gonna go copy and paste and start chipping away, starting with the course overview tool, which is something I can just click into, and it opens up the Brightspace editor and includes just the basic information for a course. It really welcomes the student in. So I can probably find this in the syllabus. The purple notes throughout the course starter templates on pages as well as in descriptions are meant to be instructional for the person building out the course, and then you can delete it once you're done engaging with it. So again, this is the system banner. So I want to go in and change it to Leeward. So I'm going to click on the source code and find SYS and change it to Leeward. This is also a good time to actually work on your course overview. You're not going to get much from watching me just copy and paste. So a really good time to just get started if you haven't already. The course overview tool can also house an attachment. It's where you could provide a copy of the syllabus as an example, but we also have the syllabus tool. The syllabus module. So if you do have it in course overview, we highly recommend keeping the syllabus module there as well, so that the student can find the syllabus at any time throughout the term. Swapping out the color there feels a little bit like magic. Shout out to the HTML document template group that spent so much time making that code work. Looks like magic now, but it was a lot of energy to get that thing to function like that. Okay. Yeah, I like how Professor Jane Doe has these little hints and communication expectations to the student throughout. Okay, I think that looks good for the course overview. Just a note on this tool, it is unlike any other tool in Lamakū. It again can handle an attachment. It has all the capabilities of the Brightspace editor, which is this. And if you leave it completely blank, this tool actually doesn't show up at all for the student. Okay, this is a Valina Mai welcome widget. So if you recall at the very beginning, something popped up, and that is the welcome widget. So I'm gonna just swap out the colors, remove this. This instructor note is essentially telling me what the welcome widget is and how it works. It's also set to hidden by default. I'm just gonna unhide it, knowing that if I update it, I do want it to be visible to the student. So that's a quick toggle of hidden to visible, and it shows in the module level as well when I do that. Okay, visible. So I have a single topic under the welcome widget, so it just functions as a single step in the pop-up. If I wanted to add multiple steps where the student can kind of parse through, I can add additional topics. But I think this is good for now. I'm gonna go in and make it into levered branding, just like how I did for the module description banner. This one is a bit more hidden. And okay, so we're good. I'm gonna just include this information again. So it is a bit repetitive, but really nice for the student to have this information in multiple touch points. This is a good time to show this. So this is the default template for the welcome widget, but if I wanted to use a different page, I can replace this page by selecting a document template from the drop-down. So I haven't looked at this entire course, but I do know that Jane Doe uses an audio file for an instructor introduction. So I'm gonna find a template that matches that a little bit better, because Jane Doe just happens to have a little bit, a little less emphasis on her photo, so having audio a little less. So I'm gonna use this one instead. It is just a introduction page, but I think it is good for my uses. So I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna create some text fulfilling the role of instructional designer in this case as if I'm setting it up for Jane Doe with some placeholders. So in the La Lima course, it would be an instructor introduction, and knowing that it probably refers to La Lima a bunch, it'll need to be updated. So I'm gonna just do a reminder here for Professor Jane Doe to include an updated audio or video introduction. So if I were Jane though, I would either upload the file of audio or video after doing my recording in another tool, like a third-party tool, like Zoom or QuickTime, but I could also just do the recording here and it would embed. So let me give an example of an audio. Hey everyone, welcome to the course. I am Professor Jane Doe, and I'm gonna just tell you a bit about myself and talk about how you can be successful in the course. Hey everyone, welcome to the course. And I wanna add captions that are auto-transcribed. I'll add the title too. Go ahead and center it. And in La Lima, Jane Doe had included a transcript, like a downloadable PDF. Lamakū actually will do that automatically, so there's no need for that extra work. Okay, I'm gonna go back and plug in that information, kind of that duplication of contact. Now we can see the levered banners that I had updated, a couple iterations of that. I'm gonna go back to the overview tool and just copy and paste from there. So this is what that 15-second audio clip that I just did, what it looks like. I think it looks pretty spiffy. So I can view the transcript, I can add the captions, and this is for the personal settings. So a student can go in to do these things, like playback speed is really nice too. this is my information that'll pop up in the welcome widget. Maybe this will look a bit better on a multi-step pop-up. So I'm gonna duplicate this page. So basically I copied the source code of that initial page, and I'm gonna create a file and paste it in. And I don't have it, but I could add a headshot or just something to create more instructor presence for the students. I could add a picture here. I'm gonna go save and close. Back to this page, because now it's duplicative. And this first page will just have the audio. Okay, so I think I'm ready to move on from the overview tool and the Valina My, the welcome widget, and I'm gonna get into the getting started module. So we've been referring to the syllabus module, getting started, welcome widget, and the course overview as kind of the course fundamentals. Again, really just providing students with the support and the scaffolding on how to be successful for the course. So some of the information is repetitive, and they could find all of that information in the syllabus, but in this way, it's really really helpful for the student to just have this information chunked out. I do already have the about your instructor in the welcome widget, but let me just preview some of these pages so that you are aware of what they include. So this is course description and learning outcomes. Then we have an about your instructor with a video embedded and contact information. Course navigation with student resources linked in directly. Course technology. So if you have third-party tools, that's the information that you can provide. And then getting help and next steps. I actually want to use a single page for getting started. So I'm going to remove all of these pages / topics. Because in the HTML document template dropdown, there is a template page that has all of this information on a single page. So I'm going to create a file and select this first one, getting started. And then I'm going to go back to my syllabus because a lot of this information is there that I'll be able to copy and paste. So you'll notice that the leeward branding just populated, and so I don't have to go into the code to make that switch. So just the course starter template has the system branding, and everything in this dropdown has the leeward branding automatically. I'm gonna take out this section because we already have it available twice. For course navigation, this is a nice place to put a screencast video talking about how to find items, as each instructor might have a bit of variation in how they structure the course and modules. So an embedded video would be a nice touch to let the student know how you organize the course and the key components there. This is all already built in, so all you need to do is look for the placeholder text to put in your information as the instructor. Okay, that looks good. Save and close. So again, this is what it looks like to have the getting started information all on a single page. I could have also kept what's in the course starter template and just updated the branding to Leeward. I'm gonna do this one last one. And take a look at the progress so far from the course view. So now I have my welcome widget. This is the step 1 of 2, now that I have 2 topics within that module. And if I go next, this will be step 2. So I'm gonna dismiss it. That way it doesn't get called up every time I come back to the course homepage. This is a nice at a glance to see what I've done so far. The bit of prep work that I did do for this, which saved me maybe a half an hour or so, is to have these banners designed for the course. So I used Canva and made 16, actually I made more than that, 16 for each of the module weeks, and then some of these getting started modules, so the welcome widget, the syllabus, getting started. So I'm gonna be bringing those in eventually, but just a note that if you don't have anything in the module description, some template banners will be auto-populated here in the visual table of contents. And you can obviously keep the Leeward banners, and it looks quite nice. I'm just gonna be using some customized ones so that each module in the visual table of contents has a unique look, so it pops a little bit. But these are the banner specs I'll be using, so you might want to write this down. I myself don't have it memorized, but it's gonna be 750 pixels wide by 100 pixels high, and give an example of one of these banners. So I included an image on the left side. The typical specs are 200, yeah, here we go, 230 wide. I actually bumped it down to 220. You'll see later that it offers a bit of a color framing that I like, but if you need the exact specs, this is kind of what's recommended for some nice page presence and making it responsive to different devices. All right, we'll come back to that later though. All right, now I'm gonna actually take a look at the syllabus, and I think I need to update the syllabus according to the academic calendar. So I'm gonna start from the top. It says spring 2023. So I'm just gonna really scrub through the syllabus and update it for spring 2025 implementation. This is something I just want to flag as I set up the gradebook later. Actually going to pull this information from the Getting Started page. So I think I successfully got through the references to Lima, and now I'm gonna update all of these dates using the academic calendar. And I also need I'll just try to pull up a basic calendar. I think this will be helpful. Okay, week 1, January 13. I think Jane is just using a 5-day week. So I'm gonna actually change it from Monday to Sunday instead. So I'm gonna take a look. 13 to 19. Just also flagging things that will need to be adjusted based on final iterations of things. And looks like that syllabus quiz is the participant verification. And I'm gonna change forums to discussion topic. Okay, week 2. So Lamakū has 3 primary tools for these kind of what you'd consider traditional graded activities: assignments, discussions, and quizzes. So I actually want to flag anytime the discussions are categorized as an assignment, because that can be confusing for students if a discussion is also called an assignment. So I'll probably come back and change some of these naming conventions, but I'll try to focus here on just updating the dates for now. Oh, I think that is Sunday. halfway here. I think we're back. My internet went out for a bit, but I think we're okay. Just as we got to the end of the syllabus. I'll update this. Okay, I'm gonna continue. I think we're okay. I think I'm almost done here. Week 16. May 5th. Okay, now that I've gone through the whole syllabus, I think I have a good idea of how these are organized. So I actually want to come back through and do some other changes that I think will help in terms of categorizing what's due and then making those distinctions between assignments, quizzes, and discussions. So I'm going to go one more pass through for now, and let's see. Week 1 is actually essentially the getting started page with a quiz and discussions. So I'm going to make again that distinction between assignments, discussions, and quizzes as explicit as possible in this weekly rundown. So I'm going to start with discussion. And then there's a syllabus quiz. And neither of those fit the criteria for what would be considered an assignment in Lamakū. So that is the new distinction. Okay, read, watch, and then we have 2 assignments. So these look good. Read, watch. Let me make sure it's consistent above. this is a little bit different from how I would structure it, or like a traditional structure for discussions. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it as I go, but I think we're good there. Okay, that looks good. This one, I wouldn't classify that as an assignment, more so prep work for the exam. So I'm gonna take that out of that bullet point and just make that distinction there. This is one assignment. I'm getting a hang of the format here now. I'm not really sure what this one is yet, so I'm just gonna flag it. But it is going to be an assignment. Phew, okay, I think we're done with that. So now I'm able to actually build out the week 1 module, and I want to make sure I have the syllabus as well as what it actually looks like in La Lima currently. Okay. So all of this is essentially the getting started module. But in addition to that, they also, if I remember correctly, have a discussion and quiz due. So let's take a look at what Lamakū looks like. I want to make sure too, as I make some changes, some deviations from the course starter template, that the text, kind of the scaffolding to say and indicate to the student what they should do next, I want to make sure that all of that is correct. And so I had deleted the course introduction topic, so now I need to make sure to rename it so that they now know to get into the getting started. In addition to that, as I continue through, I actually want to make sure to update these banners. So I'll do that as I go. But it's also a task where I could see myself going through and just populating all of the modules in one go if I need a break from kind of the intense back and forth. Okay, course overview. I'm gonna go in and add alt text as well. So if I go back to the module page, I can see that little color pop that I was going after. So I like the look of that, and it's also very welcoming for the Pu'uloa campus. While I'm here, so I don't forget, I'm also gonna update this course banner. So I could upload one of my choosing, but I'm just gonna use one of the Brightspace kind of stock images. And I can also update the banner text. You can't change the course title, but you can change the banner text. So if I'm working on a bunch of different courses, it is nice to be able to look at it, at least that, to remember what course I'm in. So Sociology 250H. And then I'm gonna change the image. I'm also gonna go ahead and change the banners for those welcome widget pages for some consistency here. So I'm just going to edit HTML and deleting the banners and replacing it. And I really like how the HTML document templates, it provides those kind of rounded edges for the banners. Just catching up with these banners. I have a syllabus. Go ahead and add the syllabus to the syllabus module now that we're a bit further along here. So I'm gonna see if I can find it pretty quickly in my Google Drive. Okay, now I have the syllabus embedded there as a topic. And I'm going to continue on with the banners. This is a good thing to add to your workflow, which is the accessibility checker. So I clicked on the eyeball with the check mark and it has flagged the lack of alt text on the image. So I can go ahead and add it right directly from there. And now it looks good. I'm gonna go back to our getting started page. I'll go ahead and add that banner in. Okay, let's go back to La Lima and see what Jane typically has students do in that first week. So that I don't need to redo the banner and some of these formatting items, I'm just gonna copy this page. There's no highlighter tool, so I think I'll maybe flag that in a different way. So one thing I like to do is to open another page by creating a file. Create a file, and then I go to Elements, and I basically just copy and paste. I kind of borrow from this to get it into my actual page that I'm working on. So I'm gonna do a kind of standard call out and paste it in so that it stands out a lot more for the student. Kind of similar to what Jane did by highlighting it. I'm gonna tuck that away here because I'll use it. I'll be using it a lot. And Jane has this quote. I'm actually gonna utilize an element again. And there is something called block quote. So I'll go ahead and use that. Because this is an image, there might be alt text I could steal from, but I'll just go ahead and type it in. These other items were already captured in the previous page. But we do need to indicate to the student what is due in addition to reviewing these materials. So again, it's the quiz and the discussions. I'm gonna save this for now. I'm gonna get rid of all this. Now that you have read through the Getting Started module, syllabus, okay, I'm gonna come back and add some quick links to this, but for now, that looks good. I'm gonna just do that really quick so I don't forget. I'm just gonna generate a quick discussion. You can always retitle it if it needs adjusting. And then syllabus quiz. This is very, very much a build from scratch workflow. Oops, picked the wrong thing. I'm gonna go upload, create, and create a quiz. I'll go through the settings later, but for now, I just want to make sure they're created so that I can add it to the course introduction. I'm not super happy with the title of this page yet, so I'll have to think on it and come back. So this is the syllabus quiz and discussion topic 1. I'm still thinking about the naming convention here, but I think I'll just leave it for now, and it may be, I think it's okay, but it could be better, so I think I'll leave it for now and revisit it if I have some sort of new thinking about it. So essentially so far I've done the course fundamentals, and Jane, for her course, utilizes the getting started information as part of week 1. So the emphasis is really on getting started and oriented to the course and participant verification. So this may be a little bit different from other approaches, but essentially in week 2, that's where it starts getting deeper into the content. So I'm gonna move on from week 1. And I might be ready to also say that I'm done with the course starter template modules 1 through 5, because now I have some pages built out for week 1 that I'm happy with, and because I already have the banners, I don't think I need the course starter template topics. So essentially these topics are the same from modules 1 through 5. If you bring in the 16-week course starter template, or CST, you know, module 16 is going to be the same as module 4. It's just different titling and different files. But it is something to take a look at if you are starting a new course, or you're looking at some course structure recommendations. The course starter template was essentially an ID, Instructional Designer, kind of agreed upon structure. So it is a really nice model for a course built on modules and topics. But I'm gonna go through and remove them. And I'm using the permanently delete and remove all nested modules, topics, and all associated files and activities from the course. And this basically means that I'm deleting them and can no longer access them. There's no trash can. These are just permanently removed. It's irreversible, and so I'm saying goodbye to them, but I could always bring them back in from the course starter template if I really needed them. But just be aware of this second option, especially if you're dealing in your own content, and be really, really mindful if you are deleting stuff from your reference site. Okay, last one. And as an example, if I accidentally selected our week 1 module that we just worked on and selected that second option for deletion, I would have to just start all over again. But if you're ready to go to week 2, generating a module is very, very efficient. So I have the title. I'm going to click into this add a module cell. I'm going to say week 2, press return, and it's there. I'm going to borrow this text from the first one. So I've essentially just started generating my own template. Of course, I need to be aware of this. I'm gonna just create a placeholder so I know I need to replace it. And I'm gonna go back to my banners.
trash.
Thank you. And Jane currently does a 2-week per kind of page here, but I'm gonna split it up so each module corresponds to a week. Lots of memes here for your enjoyment. All right, I think I'm just gonna go through and add it in all these banners. I think it'll save a lot of time. I'm gonna say hi. Here's Brent.
I think I'll leave a shot.
We'll see how many breaks I take, because the less breaks I take, the less lo-fi music. No, from the campus.
Oh. It's been consistent now.
Cool. Okay, I think we're back. Hopefully this stuff saved. 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. I didn't end up sending the link to my mom, so we could always get one more participant. All right, I'm gonna do one more. I'm slowing down a bit here. Okay, so now we have module shells, in a sense, created for weeks 1 through 9. One option I could utilize is adding the weekly dates to the module title. So if I take a look at my syllabus, I'm trying to find week 1 here. I could do something like this. It's a bit lengthy, but it is a nice at-a-glance schedule for the student from this module view. So I'm gonna leave that first one there and think about it if I wanna keep adding the dates to the module titles. But for now, I think I'm gonna take a break. I think we'll take our first break. So I'll be back in a few. I'm back and we're gonna start working on week 2, so the module for week 2. This is where we start making some decisions on the module structure. So currently, this is pretty straightforward in terms of the getting started topic, the course introduction topic, and then we have a discussion topic and syllabus quiz topic where everything is parsed out. As we get into modules where there are more learning materials, the two primary options are to put them into pages, like a lesson page, or they can be individually kind of itemized out as topics. So as an example, this video could be embedded on a document template page, or it could be a standalone topic as a video. So I'm gonna build out week 2 and perhaps do a couple of variations and then go from there. So after I decide on the structure, then I'll have a consistent structure through the week-to-week modules. Okay, but I do need to go into Laulima to kind of download these items and get them into Lamakū. I do know that I also need to actually populate the discussion topic, and this is a 20-point syllabus quiz, so I'm gonna actually be copying and pasting from Laulima into Lamakū each of those quiz questions. Okay, but we're gonna start with week 2 for now. So I'm just grabbing one of these pages that I've already worked on because I like the assets and I'm using it as my own template here. There's a couple of ways to replicate pages, but this is what I prefer to do. I'll probably revisit naming conventions, but for now, this is fine and I can always go back in and adjust. this looks like something that needs to be adjusted. I'm gonna leave it for now and leave it up to Jane Doe to figure out. This is kind of when the naming gets really important to finalize, because as I use quick links to refer back to these pages, if I in the future make adjustments, kind of big changes, I'll need to go back in and make sure everything is still pointing to the correct place and named accurately. Again, I'm kind of thinking through how to structure things. Professor Jane Doe has a lot of this kind of scaffolding to convey the expectations in terms of the workflow for the student. So kind of engage in the readings and the videos before doing assignments. So I want to kind of replicate or reiterate that within Lamakū in addition to the syllabus. And then figuring out a way to make it consistent week to week. Next steps. is why it's so helpful to have the syllabus done. It probably took, I don't know, 45 minutes or so to get all of that updated, but now it gave me a sense of when things are due and kind of the flow of the course for the full semester. So in my mind, it does save a lot of time. Okay, so these things don't exist yet, so I want to go in and make them so that I can add the quick links here. So I have 2 assignments. I'm gonna go new assignment, again, just to create the shell of it. I can just add the due date quickly since I have it here. So since I'm generating it from content and within this module, any new item that I do upload, create, or add existing to, it's gonna populate at the bottom of the list, but I can also drag and drop. If I did create this in the wrong module, I could also move it into the correct one as well. So a lot of flexibility there. Then I'm gonna create the last assignment for this week. So new assignment and stereotype activity due that same day. Okay, save and close, and then you'll see that the due date also populates from the module and then the topic view. So at a glance, that looks correct. And I want to go back to the introduction. So now I have those topics created and I'm able to include the quick links. I think it's sufficient to not include the quick links here. But I like it as another pathway for the student to get to where they're supposed to go. So week 2 learning materials, then the 2 assignments. It's really easy to find these items too. It's like just finding them in organized folders. All right, that page is done. I'm back to the module view. Now I need to work on the learning materials page. So let me take a look at the week 2 module actually, because I probably forgot to include some stuff. So week 2 learning materials. Okay. No, I think we're in good shape. I just need to get these readings and the video over. again, there seemed to be a big emphasis on, complete the learning materials, like the readings, the PowerPoints, and the videos before jumping into the assignment. So I'm going to use this Jumbotron to reiterate that. I'm going to remove all this too. I think I'm getting pretty solid in the naming of things because I'm committing pretty hard as I add all of these quick links in. Okay. Back to learning materials. So with this we have I think I can just pull this from So, just a quick note here, I can't just copy and paste from Lolima to Lamakū. So this is an example of if I were to do that, these files are currently living in Lolima, and so they need to be uploaded so that they can live in Lamakū. So one way to do that is by doing it manually, like I'll demonstrate. You can also go through the process of requesting a reference site, so ITS can help kind of translate it over into Lamakū. But just a note, so this is where you can see kind of at a glance where this PDF is currently living. So I need to get rid of that and make sure it resides in Lamakū. I just want to get the text over for now. So we have this one. I'm gonna make a distinction here between required and optional. I think that makes a little bit more sense than reading PDFs reading PDF kind of chapters versus PowerPoints. And I'll just make the distinction here. More consistent. There are a few other options you could use. Right now, I'm just adding the items as links where the PDFs and PowerPoints are available as files within the course site. I could also add these items to like Google Drive and then provide a direct link to Google Drive. I could also embed the PowerPoints or readings into the page. So a lot of options there, but this is the one I'm gonna stick with. And then I just have one more. I'm using a tool called Insert Stuff. Okay, so I have the readings in, which include the PDFs, PowerPoints, and now I have the video. This is another one that I need to bring over. there's a few ways again to get there. I'm gonna try this one. So I did insert stuff and embed code, enter embed code. I could also do YouTube or I think there's one more, but anyways, I got there. I'm gonna highlight it and center it. There's also the HTML doc template called video lecture where you could embed it within a frame, which looks really nice. Gonna add these quick links here for the 2 assignments. And I think what I'll do is circle back to the week 1 activities, which are the discussion topic 1, introductions, and the syllabus quiz. I'm gonna start with the syllabus quiz. So this gives the kind of at a glance view. So this quiz, it's essentially just for participation verification and to make sure that the students thoroughly read the syllabus. It's 20 questions worth half a point each. So really straightforward, and this is the only quiz for the whole course. So again, I'm just gonna manually pull it in. There's some tools I could use. I could put it into a spreadsheet, but I'm just gonna go and do it this way. So syllabus quiz. I'm gonna add it to the grade book as 20 points. I'll actually do that after. But the due date is the 19th. You'll notice that there's different touch points. You could add feedback for each item response. You can also provide overall feedback. So for this quiz, there is overall feedback to give for some of the items, but not all. So if I'm having technical difficulties with Lamakū, I should contact This is another one I'm changing slightly because of the naming conventions. So replacing forums with topic, because the students will be replying and posting to topics. Okay, at least twice except for the first and last. Okay, halfway. 20 questions in at 0.5 points each, it automatically put in the 10 points here, although it's not linked to the gradebook yet, but this matches the total points, so it's looking good. I'm gonna click on this button to add it to the gradebook. So populated the name automatically. I'm gonna click OK. Got my due date, and I could put in start and end date. I am gonna actually add an end date because of how important this is for the purposes of just getting oriented to the class and then participation verification. And I'll leave the start date open because the students will have access to the course 5 days ahead. So it's okay if they do a syllabus quiz from my perspective. Jane might want to add a start date on her own though. Okay. Alright, I think all of the settings look good for now. Of course, Jane can come in and make some changes as needed, but at least all the questions are there, and the quizzes tool is actually done because that's the only quiz for the course. So now I'm gonna circle back to discussions. Okay. All right, so the description is here. This is essentially the prompt for the introduction discussion, and then we have the rubric. So that means I can get into the discussion topic and go through the process of adding the rubric. I'm not sure how many points the discussions are worth, so I gotta come back up here. Okay, so discussion, 5 points each. Okay. One thing I'm unsure about is the use of Professor Jane Doe's use of first post, second post. I'm not sure if those are separate posts, like topics, or if the second post is referring to a reply back to peers. Let's see. Maybe the rubric will, first or second post do not mean the first post. Okay, so based on the rubric, it seems like it's the first post and then the response is the second post. I think because I can't talk to Professor Jane Doe right now, I might have to make that assumption. And if that is the case, I need to make some changes to the syllabus and the syllabus quiz. Yeah, I think I'm gonna reword these to initial post and then reply. So let's take a look from student view. thinking through it. I'm gonna go back to the quiz and update the quiz questions relevant to discussions, and then I'll go back to the syllabus and update that as well. Okay. How many times must I respond to each? Okay, I think that one's fine. Just a couple of changes, and I'm not gonna go through the syllabus right now. That can be later, because more changes will need to be made there anyhow. Now I'm ready to actually work on this first discussion though. Actually, one thing I want to grab from the course starter template, I just need the text from it, so I'm gonna find any of them. I have to be careful here. You will not have edit access to a course starter template. I'm gonna get out of here so I don't make any adjustments to it, but I just wanted that initial information. So the original discussion post is due by I don't remember. January 19. And then the discussion reply is optional. I'm gonna add in the rubric, and again I'm gonna update the rubric to reflect the naming conventions that I've applied to the syllabus quiz, and that I'll be using throughout. So okay, I'm gonna go to evaluation feedback and add a rubric and create new. And this is going to be discussion add the course as well. And then I'm gonna go through and copy paste. I like that criterion and how it's titled, grounded in the course materials. I need a couple more rows. I have 2 more criterion. Simply just add them by clicking on that button. User friendly. And then I only need these 2 levels. So I'm gonna get rid of these columns. And again, I'm making some assumptions about how the grading will be done. So just using as much information as I have to populate this. But full points. A minimum of 2 posts are made. The first post is on time. So because there are 2 discussions that do not require replies, I'm gonna add as assigned just to indicate that if no replies are required, then of course they're not gonna be graded on whether or not they do it. So I think that's good. The first post is on time. Okay, partial points. this rubric is sufficient for now, I would want to talk to Professor Jane Doe about how she actually goes about a grading workflow, especially getting introduced to the quick eval tool. It may impact how we set up the rubric. For example, it's a bit odd to say partial points and have this as 0. You can override the rubric, but maybe we'll get to that later. Yeah, I just want to make sure the rubric is visible to students and show you how that rubric populates within the discussion topic. So if I go into it, it has the rubric linked up there automatically. Okay. I think that's good for now. So now we have the discussion topic, and I'm gonna go back to the module view. The discussion tool doesn't have a due date built into it. I'm gonna add a due date from the module view from content. This doesn't necessarily help with your own grading workflow, but it does provide that extra reminder to students. So let's see, topic 1. Okay, so at a minimum, it just includes that due date there from the module view. Every topic could have a due date added, but I typically just add them to the kind of graded activities, and the student is kind of shown superficially in the module title when the week is occurring and what week they're in. Okay, I think we're done with week 1, and I'm just gonna check the order that I named the assignments. So syllabus quiz and then discussion topic 1. So they're out of order, so I'm just gonna reorder for consistency. So syllabus quiz, discussion topic 1, introductions. And I'll take a look at week 2. We have the quick link to the first page, the reading response and the stereotype activity. Reading response. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think I'm gonna push through and finish up these 2 assignments, then take a break. Also, now that I have this rubric populated, it'll be a lot quicker to generate new discussions. Let's go to assignments. Okay, reading response 1. actually include a quick link here. I want to make sure the titling is correct. So I can just actually pull it from here. After reading chapter 1. It's this one. I just updated the instructions, but I actually want to update the assignment. So I'm going to go to the assignment tool. Okay. This is going to be worth 10. I'm running into that same thing where it's called full points versus partial, but I'm just gonna continue on using that instead of having the discussion and assignment rubrics different. So at least if a change is needed later, the same changes can be replicated. I'm not sure why the rubric totals to 4 points. I think Brightspace / Lamakū actually, even though the rubric is out of 4, and the assignment is actually graded for 10 points, I think the LMS actually does that math for you. So I'm gonna keep it like this. Alternatively, I would talk to Professor Jane Doe and figure out how to get the rubric out of 10 points instead, probably biasing the first criterion. But I'll just go ahead and leave that for now. Let's see. Okay, so that was the reading response. Now we can see that it is attached to the gradebook. So we have a few items in the gradebook by now. And now I'll update the stereotype activity. Okay. So this is an assignment that has no rubric. It's out of 15 points, and students actually interact on a Google Doc, and then Professor Jane Doe will assess their work from the Google Doc and then grade it accordingly. So there's actually, so no rubric, and then for submission and completion, there's no submission, so it's actually observed. And in terms of marked as complete, automatically on due date. Yeah, I'll go automatically on due date, which is the default. That looks good. So again, due date on January 26th, 15 points. And I'm gonna pull all this in and then edit it in Lamakū. Okay. The stereotype activity. me pull it in again. I'm gonna go from Google Drive. I think that's good for the stereotype activity. I'm gonna go save and close. So you can see that the description, essentially the instructions for each assignment, is automatically available there from the module view. So now we have this assignment. It's also a topic once it's within a module. And yeah, I think this looks pretty good. A common question is whether you can hide the information here that just got auto-populated. And no, this is kind of by default. But if you are really opposed to the look of this, you can also strategize with some sub-modules. So one example could be that you create an assignments sub-module and then pull in these like a folder. Depending on the view, you can kind of decide the most user-friendly approach given your content. But I think what we have here with the, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete the submodule. What we have here with Jane Doe's course is looking pretty good, and I think is pretty straightforward in the approach. Let me take a look at week 3, the module for that one, and see if I want to continue on or take a lunch break. So I do like the weeks, the particular dates in the title. It's actually helpful for my own building, so I'm gonna add that there in the title for each. You can also add start and end dates to the modules themselves, so I would consider this kind of a superficial way of adding dates, but you can add start and end dates at the module level as well. And you saw how we could add the due dates, start dates, and end dates at the topic level via edit properties in place. This is getting particularly long, so I'm gonna abbreviate the months. take 3, see what we got here. I'm also going to update the syllabus as we go, as I had mentioned before. So discussion. That looks pretty good. Discussion topic. Post. Reply. Okay, how many discussions do we have? That's a bit confusing because of that still distinction between number of posts versus posts and replies. So topic 8. Okay, so we have 9 topics. That is what I wanted. So I'm gonna go to the discussion tool and so I went through the process of copying this first topic. Let me take a look at it and see if it saves me any time to do it that way. Because it didn't save my rubric. So I don't actually think that's helpful for me. Let me try again. I think it would be better to copy from, copy the forum. Okay. I did a little test, a little exploration on my own, and I think it is actually quicker for me to just start from scratch on these. So I'm gonna rename this the discussion forum is essentially like the folder. You could have X number of forums depending on your uses. If you truly had different discussion topics for a forum each week, as an example, you could have a forum for each week. It's really your preference and how you organize it. But I'm just gonna have a single forum with the 9 discussion topics below. I could also remove the word topic in the title, but I think it is sufficient for now. And my copying didn't really save me much time except for having this helper text here for the due dates. Let me go to discussions. So initial post is Friday, January 31, and discussion reply to So I have the updated discussion here. Thinking about naming conventions again and whether I want to make some adjustments, because as we get deeper into modules I might feel like it's too late, but I'm kind of at a point where I could go back and make those adjustments without too much of an issue. As an example, it would likely be clearer for the students if instead of saying topic 3, which lives in, I think week 5. Okay, I just decided I'm gonna rename the discussion topics to the weekly item instead, and that will impact my quick links, but that's just how it goes sometimes. have a visitor.
Hello.
Oh yeah, that's pretty exciting. So there's a 20-second delay between what I'm doing and what you see live. So Robert just popped his head in, and then he's able to run over to Brent's screen and see himself. So if that's of interest to you, you can come do that.
I'm going now. Thanks, Robert.
Alright, I'm gonna make a note to myself that I need to go back and fix those quick links. But after that, I'm just gonna move forward with the naming conventions. So update quick links. Just for weeks 1 and 2, so not bad at all. And of course, I need to go back into the module descriptions to make sure these work. And actually, I thought I had done a quick link there already, so I wonder if it broke because I changed the name. That'll be an interesting test. And actually helpful. Let's see. Yeah, the quick links actually disappeared, so I'll go through and update those. Week 1. I didn't have to write it down because I'm just gonna do it now. Week 2 introduction looks good. Again, I'm just going through to update these quick links. Going through this process could also help you to decide if you want to add quick links from the beginning. You might say, oh, that is not a necessary thing I want to do, at least during this initial transition, not a priority. Okay. So now I have a sense of what each of these will say. It'll always be the relevant week 3 introduction. So this is kind of a peek into my actual workflow of things where everything does get done, but I might be jumping around a bit. But depending on like energy levels and whatnot, I might jump to something that requires a little less brain power and decision making, like what I'm doing right now. Okay, I'm gonna stop there for now and eat lunch and recharge a bit. I hope to be back in like under 15 minutes. That's how long our playlist is of lo-fi. Oh, 18 minutes. Oh, maybe I'll be back in 18. Thanks, Shelby, for the extra 3 minutes. But yeah, hope you're enjoying it so far. I'm not really looking at the chat, but I'm sure that Brent and Shelby are taking care of things here. So be back soon in about 15 to 18 minutes or less. welcome back. We are, I think, done with weeks 1 and 2, and so now I'm just gonna plug away, chip away at these modules and see how far we get. So I'm essentially gonna just replicate this kind of module structure where I have an introduction that points to the next steps with some quick links, embedded learning materials, and then the assignments, quizzes, or discussions added as topics beneath. So I'm gonna start by grabbing the source code and just continue on here. We are kind of curious to see how far I'll get. The morning was essentially fine-tuning things with naming conventions, trying to get a sense of the different components of the course. Now I'm feeling a little bit more confident in the material, so we'll just keep going. So I copied and pasted from Lima, and I need to actually not do that. But what's helpful is to have the alt text come in. So I'm gonna just grab that and then delete this and make sure I download a copy of this for upload. Again, I'm just pulling this in so I can grab the alt text. Oh. So, this is a table that has a lot of information, and so I'm going to have a note here to essentially offer the text version, which lives in Lolima, but instead of kind of hunting that down, I'm gonna just leave a placeholder for now. Discussion. Okay, I'm catching my own mistake here. So I want to make the distinction between the assignments, quizzes, and discussions. So instead of saying before completing the assignments, if I want this notice to be relevant week to week, I'll say something like completed the Actually, I don't need to make it relevant week to week. I'll make it specific for the given week. So week 3 has discussion and assignment. Okay, I'm gonna go back to week 2 to make that change. So this one has that one's correct. Okay. So week 3.
some issues accessing these two PowerPoints. I'm just making a note to add them there later. This is another note from Professor Jane Doe, so I'm gonna put it in a call out just for it to stand out a bit more. Punch it up a little. Okay. And then this one actually has another one. So I'm gonna create another level heading. So this is 3, I'll go 4. Okay. So this week we have a discussion and an assignment. Hey, we have another visitor. Yeah, you're in the frame now. You want to say anything to our audience? Here.
Hey.
Maybe one after another one.
They are gonna go work on ATS. Yeah?
ATS, I think,
Yeah?
yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Thanks for visiting. I think I still, okay, the camera's still hooked onto me. All right. So I need to take a look at the due dates here. So complete the discussion. Thing. Go week 3. Discussion, initial post. Two. And the oops. All right, so we have a couple placeholders here. We have our 2 videos. I'm gonna shrink the first image down a little bit to make it more similar to the embedded YouTube video. And then I'm also gonna add the link directly to the image. So it kind of looks like a video, so we might as well add the link. So I'm gonna bring it down a bit. I could look at the exact specs, but I'm just gonna eyeball it. Add the link. Okay. Now we need our discussion topic and the assignment. So I'm gonna just create them from here so I can insert those quick links. So new discussion. We're now calling it week 3. I think it's 5. And go back to the forums page.
that I had created this already, but maybe not. So this is to be done. Those the information about initial post. Yeah, this is the one I want. Oh, I know. I did do it. I just it had the old naming convention, so I didn't recognize it. So I don't need this, but I can just call it week 4. Let me see if there's a discussion for week 4. Okay, I'm gonna call it week 5, so it's not wasted. And just leave it blank for now. This is what happens when you change naming conventions. But it's all good. In the end, it's worth it. So week 5, I'm gonna move it to week 5. And I can add existing this one, and I'm gonna rename it week 3 discussion. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the discussion tool because I need to just adjust a couple of things. So I want to put this into the other forum. I just want the one forum for this course. I'm gonna save and close and then just remove that extra forum that I don't need. Then I'm going to add the rubric, which already exists. Okay, just checking how much is worth. In gradebook, link to existing, week 3 discussion. Okay, we're good. Now I want to add the assignment. So I'm gonna go create a new assignment, and this one's called Reading Response 2. Let me take a look at what it is in Lolima.
Okay.
So it looks very similar to what we had for reading response 1. This is due February 2nd. And I think it's out of 10. And we're doing text submission, so they're just typing it in. I'm setting these parameters consistent with reading response 1. Save and close. And let me just take a look to see if I'm missing any quick links. Yeah. Let me see if these are wanting to behave now. Week 3. Nope. Okay, we'll have to source it at another time. But for now, we can move on to weeks 4 and 5. So again, similar workflow where I'm gonna grab these pages, the source code from these pages, and use them as templates. There is another way to do this, but I like working kind of from the front end. I find it more visual, but you can also do a process using manage files to replicate pages. Copy this image in, hoping for some, no alt text on this one. Okay, I'll have to come up with something on my own.
this week. Week 4. There is this assignment. No discussion. February 9. Okay, I'll have to come back for the quick links. No readings this time.
So this is a new rubric, so I'll go through and update or add that in. And this one is due inline attachment 15 points. I'm gonna include this one as a file submission type. The previous ones were a bit shorter and seemed to be text submission. Halima says inline or file, so I'm gonna just select file because we can just select one. And I'm gonna do one file. And PDF only. And let's go ahead and create the rubric. Oops, I messed up here a bit. I need one more. Criterion, word, critical thinking. do something a little bit different now that the math is pretty straightforward here. So the assignment is out of 15, so I'm gonna do 3 points each for full points. But again, track back a couple of hours for the disclaimer about how the final rubric might differ a bit from what I have here, just based on a conversation I might have with Professor Jane Doe about the intent behind the points. Okay, save and close. And I'm just gonna go back in and update the quick links to point the learners to the learning materials and then the assignment. Gonna make sure these are visible, knowing that I can make them hidden if, as an example, the course wasn't ready yet or things were still in draft mode. A use case for that might be because I'm unsure about the final rubric. Those assignments could be hidden until they get finalized. Gonna just unhide everything and continue on to week 5. Kind of unintentionally did 9 weeks worth and then it's spring break. I don't know if I can finish 9 modules in the next hour 20, but maybe I'll give it a shot.
of the learning materials, and then just a discussion. So then the week 5. That one already exists, so we can add the quick link now. Another workflow could be that you build all of the learning activities first, and then they can be kind of slotted in as topics or embedded on a page. So, something to think about. I'm just gonna check something. Okay. Week 4, learning materials. I think we've hit that point in this work with me, build buddy, where I'm not really showing you anything new, just like really into the workflow. And if you have, on the off chance, been following along this whole time, hopefully the workflow is becoming more familiar in how things kind of connect and some of the capabilities of these tools. And again, we have a screencast series coming out. We only have 2 episodes so far, but it covers way more in depth of what I'm doing right now, in terms of step-by-step how to enroll in course order template, really everything, so you can check that out. This is more so just to get you really familiar with Lamakū if you hadn't started already, and also just if it's helpful to have this video and me as kind of a physical anchor, modeling out a course build. Okay, back to it. We have readings and a video. Jane Bop said, "I'm looking a little glassy-eyed. I think I need a break." I think she's right. I'm gonna take a break. You can tell I'm not able to click on the correct button, like between insert stuff and insert quick link. So I'm gonna stop here and take a break. Thank you, Jane Bop, for that wellness check. I'll be back in a few.
we have 1 hour left. I don't know if I look less glassy-eyed, but I'm ready to push on for the last 60 minutes or so. All right, we are in week 5, the learning materials page, and I just need to update some of these to make sure they're pointing to files in Lamakū. And looks like we're starting with this PowerPoint. Jane has a question as to whether I'm linking files from Google Drive or the file thing on Lamakū. So in these examples, I'm downloading the files and then using the insert stuff tool and finding those files from my computer. So I'm not doing Google Drive, but that's something I could do. Week 5 discussion.
Alright, so I just need to update the discussion for week 5 and then add in the quick links to these first 2 pages. And then that module should be good. I just caught that I needed to update this text here, so I'm just going back to the previous discussions for consistency. By okay, rubrics in there, so we're good. On to week 6. Actually, on to adding the quick links to these 2 pages first. Oh, that one's done. Shelby, could you respond to Jane's chat, please? I'm not sure what Jane Bopp is asking either. Jane, if you want to clarify, we'll try to help you out in the chat. I keep saying I'm done with a module and then I find other things to continue fine-tuning, but I think now I'm ready to move on to week 6.
we haven't had this Okamura update in a bit, but I do recall that we use the call out, so I'm gonna grab it from this tab that's been open the whole time where I just pull assets in. Just like the other table, I'm going to add a note to include the text version, a linkable text version here. And then I'll use the same formatting for the next one. Chapter 4 update. Okay, so we have week 6 learning materials, and then we have a week 6 discussion. And reading response 3 assignment. Then I'll make the learning materials page for week 6.
Greetings. So Jane, when you link stuff from your desktop, then it gets added to, right? So it does get added to manage files, so that I can add it directly, instead of, like, as an example, not having to upload it over and over again if it's referencing the same PDF. Hopefully that makes sense. We can follow up in the chat too. Now we have a couple of activities to add to week 6, module week 6. So they don't exist yet, so I'll generate them from this view, and I'll start with the discussion. So it's going to be a week 6 discussion. This one's 15 points. Find where the content analysis was also linked up. There it is. We did text submission for all of these reading responses. Okay. This is a little naming inconsistency I just found too, so I'm going back in and making those adjustments. So the reading response 3 is in week 6. Now I have a duplication because I think I was working in 2 different tabs. Let's see which one I want. Oh, good. There is a reading response 4. I'm assuming there's also, or sorry, there's a reading response 5, and I'm assuming there's a reading response 4. But anyways, I can repurpose this extra one that I created. Okay. So week 6, find that reading response 4. Okay, week 7. There it is. So now I have the week 7 reading response completed, so I'm gonna be able to add it from existing activities. So this actually might be a faster workflow where I add the activities first and then develop those first 2 pages, because then those quick links will be available to me. Week 6 discussion ended up in its own forum, so I'm gonna go back and clean that up.
My name is
10 minutes left. I wasn't sure if I was gonna get through week 7, but I did. I'm gonna do a couple of things. I had talked briefly, or I mentioned it once, about student view, but I never actually clicked into it. But because I was going kind of in my own workflow, sometimes I would create activities and it would be hidden automatically. So view as a student is a really nice way to make sure that your content is populating and available in the way that you intend. So now at a glance, it's looking like a course, at least half of it, or nearly half. We have our banners in there now, up to week 9, and based on the chosen module structure, each module or week has a small amount of topics. So each item that lives within the module now, whether it's the introduction page or the learning materials page, and then the discussions, the quizzes, and the assignments, those all become topics within the module. So if I go into week 5, I have these 3 topics. So this is a really streamlined approach for a course. I had mentioned that there are a couple of primary ways to structure a module. As an example, I could have the exact same flow, except instead of having the learning materials all on a page, I could have broken them up into separate topics. So it would have been something like week 5 introduction, and then reading 1 with the title, reading 2 with the specific title, optional PowerPoints with the title, all broken up into individual topics. And so the number of topics, that number would bump up a lot. So it is kind of the instructor's prerogative which module structure and course structure they intend on using, and us as instructional designers kind of provide guidance or solutions that might fit your course the best. I'd also mention stuff like Lalima and Lamakū being very different, and that Lamakū has just different tools and affordances, and so really getting into Lamakū so that you can make those decisions on how you want to structure your course, but also your grading and feedback workflow. So one thing that we're not going to get into, but again, we have so many resources and also professional development opportunities, the capability of using Demo Student to submit work as if you are a student. It's called impersonating. So that way you can really dig in and figure out how you want to proceed with your course build. Okay, what should we do for the last 7 minutes? I suppose I can just continue on with week 8, I suppose, and I'll monitor the chat to see if there are any questions. But otherwise, I'll just plug along. Okay, week 8.
Thanks for popping in the chat, everyone. This is our first go at this, and we bounced around different ideas about the duration and having commercials and maybe going outside and having visitors. So this is 1.0. We'll see if we do it again. I chose 6 hours. I think that's a bit much looking back in hindsight. But I appreciate people coming in, and I personally really benefit from body doubling. I used a bunch of YouTube videos like Study With Me in the past. So yeah, let us know here at the EMC if this is something that is valuable, so we can continue offering some innovative ideas. We're all really excited about this concept. We still are, but we're here in the last 5 minutes, so energy is a bit lower. Okay. I was also a sociology major in undergrad, so I especially like this content. This guy is not behaving. Okay. Just finished the week 8 introduction topic. And I'm not sure if I got further along than I expected or what, but I feel like that's pretty good progress for a big chunk of a work day. Thank you again, everyone, for either joining us for the live or catching the rewatch. Thank you again to the EMC team, and thank you to the technology as it stayed with us and worked for the full 6 hours. So, thanks again. See you next time.